Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening! It is not fixed yet, Retro Techie, and welcome to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and it is nearing the end of December 2022. I thought I would try to get one more stream in before the month ends. Let's see, I've got a lot of people in the chat already. So, we have Jack68K, Garth Beagle, Frank S., Retro Techie, Francois, Trina's Technobabble, Thomas Armstrong, RetroTech Chris, welcome. No, Jim may not have it. Retro Techie does not fixed yet. But before we even do that, because I'm going to need to use the item in this box, I thought I would go ahead and unbox this item from, you'll never guess who. It is from Ron's Computer Videos. And I have learned my lesson from the last edited video I did, and I put gaffer's tape over the addresses because blurring that out afterwards is so much harder than just finding your roll of gaffer's tape. Yes, so I have stickers. I have a Marcintosh sticker, Ron's Computer Video sticker, a SadMac sticker. Hopefully I won't need that tonight. Ooh, I've got buttons. Ron's Computer Video buttons. Oh, a Ron's Computer Videos pumpkin button. Ah, yes, I believe this is a, an adapter board. It's an adapter doodle. Looks like a ACE ATX power adapter for LC computers. Cool. Might have to use that sometime. All right. I did not know I was getting any of that. But the item in the purple envelope is the item I needed. So, without further ado, let me open this up. I've already unboxed it, Trina. I'm unboxing this because I need to use it tonight. So, yeah, generally, I like open them up a couple at a time, but I need to use this. Probably not much more of a mystery item now, but I think, posted on Twitter that I needed 4 megabyte parity sims and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and Ron graciously donated 8 of them for my December shenanigans. I should re-unbox it because you were here. I probably should. I guess I could give it a oh, what did I do with the box? Yeah, I'll okay, I'll go up. I'll put it in a box. Recycling went out this morning. Also, it has international shipments have quite a lot of stickers that get applied to them. It did arrive, though. Yeah, I guess let me go get that, because I guess I could use it instead of this other power supply here. And I guess I could also go grab the item that RetroTech Chris sent me, and then I don't have to do a separate unboxing video. But anyways, this should be 32 megabytes of RAM for something I'm going to work on tonight. That's like 100 megs. Well, it's going to feel like 100 megs to do a self-test of it. So let me go upstairs while I put you on hold, and I'll be right back. All right, and I am back. I need hold music. Yeah, I'll have to work on that. I've been busy with like everything a small channel needs to do to grow, including yeah, hold music animation. That's somewhere on the list. All right, 1-Bit Fever Dreams. Hey, welcome. I had to go upstairs and grab some other things, so I didn't have to create a separate unboxing video. This catches me up. So so let me put these RAM modules to the side so I don't knock them off my bench, and I'll probably manage to knock them off somehow. Anyways, all right, this next item, I had to open it because I knew what was in it and because I needed it for debugging, and I just shoved it back in the box. So it was packaged well. It was actually wrapped in the bubble wrap, but this is from RetroTech Chris. It's a DVD-ROM drive, an IDE DVD-ROM drive, so that I can install software from DVDs. And I actually had to use this to try to troubleshoot trying to get the CD-ROM drive to work with my 386. Sorry, no spoilers here until I update my channel supporters. Unless, like, you send me a coffee tip, then you'll see the update when I actually get a chance to type it. Let's just say that I have late breaking news on that, and then I needed to take a break before live streaming. Because it was like 4 o'clock when I finally got something to work. And then this is a slightly different box than what Trina sent her item in, because, well, it arrived at the beginning of the week. But Computers with Pride in Canada, it's the computer store that Trina runs, I bought a ATX power supply. And it was at a really good price. And it arrived really fast. So it's like a 250 watt ATX power supply. And actually, I'll probably give this a run later today when I test motherboards. So anyways, yes, thank you to everyone who sent items or gave me good deals on items. And now that I got that out of the way, I wanted to get one other thing out of the way, and then we'll get to the 486. Retro Techie, you will get an update soon enough. Yes, those of you that are here to watch, you'll get an update soon enough too. As I try to, like, start working on the video that I thought I was going to have to abandon because it was not working out like that badly. So if you're wondering why you haven't seen a video on the Emerson Elite SX386, well, if you happen to watch my live stream, was it Tuesday or Monday or whenever, you'll probably know I was having some trouble, and I didn't just give up then. I've been trying to get it to work for a little while longer. So anyways, so this is that 386 SX40 board. And I know I pulled this out during a stream because I wanted to try something on it, because I had been given a suggestion by someone in the YouTube comments to check the power good signal. And I think during that stream I concluded it looked like the power good signal at least seemed to be okay. But I couldn't really tell where it went because I couldn't find a data sheet for the chipset. And spoiler alert, I don't think there is a surviving data sheet for the SARC RC2016A5 chipset. I would love to know which pin on that chip is the power good signal. However, I do sometimes go back and watch my own videos. So I went and, because I had to go watch the video to remember what the chip was because I wasn't walking down to the basement. Sometimes I will watch my video if I know about where something appeared on camera, instead of walking all the way downstairs. Anyways, so I think during that last stream, I figured out that this little trace here, the one that's running between these two fairly large copper areas that goes under the BIOS chip, is the power good signal. Found corrosion on this pin, cleaned it up, and at least have continuity from here to here. However, while I was watching the video to remember what chipset it was, I happened to kind of scroll to where I had this area of the board on camera before I put these two sockets in. So I have an idea of where the signal runs after it goes under the BIOS chip. And I don't know if it's just the fact of the light reflecting off the workbench, or if there really was a broken trace, but I sure thought that I saw this trace, or the one that's right next to it, because you might, I know it's really hard to see, but there's one trace here, but on the other side there are two traces. And I believe the power good one is the one that runs here, and it kind of goes under this pin. And I think down around here, and I think I might see what I was seeing. Looks like there's solder there. And then I think it's it's one of these two. It goes to one of these vias here. To then, I think, go to the underside of the board. So what I wanted to do real quick, just to make sure I didn't miss something, I just wanted to double check that I had continuity to one of those vias, because if I don't, then I think the problem with the board is that I really did miss a broken trace. And I will be removing, I think I'll have to remove both these sockets to really fix it if that's the case. Unfortunately, past these vias, and I don't know if I don't think these multimeter probes are sharp enough. I think I need to get my Also, I think in January I'm going to have to clean my workbench. I mean, like, royally clean it. Then I won't be able to find anything, but I got too much stuff accumulating. So I'm switching to my sharp multimeter probes, so I can maybe dig into the solder mask just a little bit. All right. So I just want to answer the question before I forget to do this again. So let's see here. I think this is that trace here. Yep. So this trace here goes... Is it this one here that's got the solder on it? No, I think it's the next one down. Let me turn this board around so I can so we can both see it better. All right, so this trace goes under here. And I think from what I saw, it is actually, I want to say it goes to this via here. All right, let me see if I can see where those vias go. Here we go. Oh, okay, I think I can trace this from the bottom side because it looks like so this is power good right here. And here's the ISO slot. There's the chip. So I think it is one of these vias here. So I'm just going to see if any of these... And the thing is, the solder mask might be preventing a connection. What? Huh. All right. Okay, let me remove a little bit of the solder mask because we'll get to the 486 here very, very soon. But I just wanted to rule out that I hadn't overlooked something. So basically, this board is, well, there we go. Okay. This board is probably, if this isn't it, probably not repairable because it's probably either the CPU or the chipset. But from what I could see on the video, it should be one of these vias here. And by golly... I think that I might be onto something, and we'll come back to this board. Hold on. Also, I think I need to put another tip in my fiberglass pin here. I believe I bought spares when I bought this. Oh, that's right. Oh, I just found the pair of Hakko side cutters I've been looking for 6 months. They were in the drawer that I'd looked in several times. Exactly where I thought I put them. How's that for irony? And actually, it looks like well, it looks like I thought I'd ordered replacement fiberglass things for my fiberglass pin, but maybe I actually did not, because, now that I think about it, maybe Amazon was out of stock of them. Oh, no. Wait a minute. No, these are... No, that's a Raspberry Pi infrared camera. That's a something or other. Oh, there's the other memory that I was looking for 30 minutes ago. Yes, I think I do need to clean my workbench up. Maybe I don't have any more fiberglass pins. All right. I'll just have to... I'll have to order some new ones. All right. Or they've gotten buried further down in my toolbox. Okay. Capacitors do go bad on these boards too, yeah. But I was waiting to recap it to... And I realized the capacitors on this board are not like the best, because they're probably actually the worst. But actually, the capacitors I ordered for this board are actually too big. All right, either I'm not scraping the solder mask off to get to the point where that trace should be going, or I really do have a broken trace. Let me see if I can just really... Huh. Or I'm not following the right trace. So I got continuity there. All right. I need to get one of those cool multimeter probes like Adrian has that's got the copper brushes. All right, we will come back to this board if there's time tonight, because I believe, based on that quick check, that I might have missed a broken trace. So, all right, we'll come back to this if there's time. But I think maybe there is a broken trace, and the power grid's not getting the chipset. Now, granted, I wouldn't have expected that, like, all the data and address lines would be high for a broken power good, but then again, I've not gone to the data sheet for the CPU to see what it says the state of the CPU is in before power good's asserted. There was also one other idea I had, that if that's not it, but we'll check that first. All right, let me put my stickers from Ron in my sticker box so I don't lose them. And there we go. Oh, and stick these PCBs where I'll remember to grab one. All right. Let me see here. I believe, did anyone join? Nope. All right. On with what you came here for. Oh. I think it just dawned on me what this random object was that I saw in my tool chest drawer that I didn't really recognize what it was. I'll need it later tonight. All right. So this is probably what you all came here to see. This is the 486 motherboard that I bought from the place where I buy all of my good and bad ideas. I don't know that this motherboard's necessarily anything special. It's made in the US, it's got an AMI BIOS, it's Intel Overdrive ready, it's got cache, it's got a chipset. I had to, luckily I realized my mistake when I was trying to look this board up, because I didn't realize at first that the A was important to use when searching for that chipset, because the A revision is for 486s. And I think 386DXs. The non-A revision was a 386DX chipset. It's got the minimum amount of cache, but hey, it's got cache. It actually, interestingly enough, has some standard logic chips on it too. Unlike newer boards that seem to have even fewer standard logic chips. It's got green goo. It's got a keyboard controller. It's got RAM, and I suspect that is probably a very small amount of RAM. I've not tried to power this board up, but yeah, we gotta take care of this. This battery here. This battery has forgotten how to battery, and it is well, it's fuzzy on the one end. There is green in that ISO slot. There is some green on here. I am hoping when I remove this Varta, which I was waiting to do to be on camera, and now that I found my the Hacko cutters that I'd been looking for months, that I tactically hid from myself apparently. I guess it also answers my question of how many I had. For some reason I thought I had 3, but I guess it was 1 was the number that I have. But we are going to cut this Varta battery off the board. So there's one. Ooh, that looks kind of lovely under there. There might be a little bit of damage. Ooh, that looks really weird there. Is this battery actually actively slimy? No. All right. Well, this battery will. I'll send it to a lucky random viewer in Toronto. How's that sound? No need to guess in the chat who it's going to. I'm sure that person will love and cherish the thought that counts. And no, I'm actually wouldn't even try to send that even to my next door neighbor, because that probably also involves paperwork from the U.S. Postal Service. All right, let's get this cleaned off the board. I have isopropyl alcohol. Oh, I guess I do have vinegar too. I hate the way vinegar smells, but I guess probably ought to use a little bit of vinegar. I am not going to try to pour the vinegar into a smaller vessel, because I'll probably manage to spill it all over my workbench. Oh. Oh, did I name the wrong province? I might have. Well. Or maybe the lucky viewer is not actively participating in the chat, and maybe it's the viewer with the YouTube handle Leaky Battery Lover. Yeah. All right, so I'm just going to use a little vinegar to neutralize anything that's on this board that shouldn't be. I'm not going to let this sit very long at all. fact, I'm kind of probably not going to put this down the ISA connector just yet, at least. Oh. And I just realized luckily I dipped the other end of that in the isopropyl. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Clerical error. My secretary gave me the wrong location, so I guess we got to go with it. All right. So for the ISO slot that I don't really want to... yeah, they look greenish, and I thought I'd start with... And the power connector, actually, these first two pins look greenish, too. I thought I would try contact cleaner on them first before I resort to putting vinegar down the ISO slot, but I kind of suspect I'm going to have to put vinegar down it. I mean, worst comes to worst, I can probably replace the ISA connector. Depending on what I find on that 386 motherboard, I may still have a parts motherboard that at least its ISA connectors are good. All right. I don't know that I want to try to... Oh. Well, that actually might have done something. Yeah, I think you're right. They're more like clamps than pins. I think I may have to put some vinegar down the ISA slot very carefully. Oh, that's isopropyl alcohol. Oh, maybe I can try that too. Which is actually not much different than contact cleaner, which I think is actually like methanol instead of isopropanol. So, yeah. Okay, well, there's that. Okay, well, let's let the... Actually, you know, I think the vinegar on the main board has seemingly done its trick. I don't see any more bubbling. So, yeah, I think the ISO connector will probably be fine. It just probably will need to probably run a card down it a couple times, and that'll probably help get off whatever's on it. Actually, this looks pretty good here. Whatever that brown stuff was under the one side of the battery's gone. The I mean, I see a black spot or two in under the solder mask, but largely, I think I'm just going to I'll try to power it out. I'm not going to scrape anything just yet. Maybe I finally got lucky on one of my December purchases. And given the way some of my projects have been going, if you believe that, I've got a bridge to sell you in the middle of the desert. It'll fund my Marchintosh endeavors. Yeah, I know. That looks pretty... Oh, wait a minute. Okay. If you're going to talk hockey in the chat, go for it. I don't care. I mean, after all, it is the national pastime of Canada. It's also probably considerably more exciting than our national pastime of baseball. Plus, it's not baseball season. Just don't make me take sides on the which hockey team's the best, because I don't have a favorite hockey team. All right. Well, that actually. Oh, okay. Maybe we're gonna let the contact cleaner that I have generously sprayed on this board and is now a puddle on my silicon mat. We're gonna let that dry a little more before I try to power this up. Actually, the ISO slot, I mean, it still has a slight green tint to it, but overall, it's probably fine. Let me see. Oh, yeah, and I decided to stream this morning without realizing that I realized the several things that I forgot to order at the beginning of the week. Hopefully, I don't need any of them. Or, well, actually, one. I think I've got another roll of paper towels upstairs if it really came down to it. But I just realized I forgot to order flux because I started to, and then I couldn't decide which one to order. So I may have to watch Bruce's video again, and quite honestly, I might try the, I don't know, I might try the Chip Quick one he has mentioned. And I need fiberglass tips for my fiberglass pen because I didn't realize I'd used almost all of them. I really did forget to order capacitors that were the more of the correct size for the 386 board that I might be able to salvage. I don't know how I'm just such a nice guy, Retro Techie. I'll credit my upbringing. So, well, that looks pretty good. I probably could teach Canadians to be nice. Or at least I'll sure try. Oh, I remember. I see what I forgot to bring from downstairs or from upstairs. So, well, if we get to the point where I think there's going to be video, I'll have to go upstairs and grab the video card that is currently in the Emerson 386 because, well, the video card I bought for it was, and still is, not functioning. Actually, I'm just going to jam the post card into that slot that was crusty. So, I don't know what's wrong with it. It might be bad memory that's on it, but I'm kind of wondering if the controller chip is kaput. So, yeah, I'm already going to try to... Oh, no, I'm not going to try to power this up just yet. Socket, yeah, socket. I do know there's nothing in the socket just yet. I want to check for shorts. All right, no one is wearing shorts in the basement, probably because of the weather. All right, moving on. Now I want to check for electrical shorts. Yes, everyone smash that like button. And recommend my stream to 2 friends. Or 2 enemies. I could care less. The YouTube algorithm doesn't discriminate. It just sees it as subscriber count. But it'd be so much more fun if your friends were also in the chat. It could get awkward if your enemies were in the chat. All right, let me, I want to check the, actually, wait a minute. I think I know the pinout of these by now. So it's 3, so I think these are the, okay, those are the 4 ground ones. Okay. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's ground. Okay, we're good. I don't see any shorts. I think the fact the meter was beeping briefly before it stopped beeping was because capacitors were charging on the board. Because that can happen. So, all right. But of course, I'm still going to be totally prepared for smoke, flames, a rabbit jumping out of the processor socket somehow. Also, because I think it was unnerving to some who realized that the green pin or the green wire here does have 5 volts running through it. Because that's how the ATX pinout works. I am going to pull off an excessively long amount of Kapton tape because it didn't tear cleanly and can't not fix that problem. All right, so I'm going to take some Kapton tape, which I believe is, well, somewhat, should be, well, I'm pretty sure it's an insulator, so there we go. Wrap some Kapton tape around that. And we'll wrap some Kapton tape around the other one. And there, that away. Doesn't look pretty, but now I won't short 5 volts into the motherboard. Should I manage to hit that just wrong. And before I commit the processor to potential destruction, I am going to power up without the processor in the socket. And all right, 3, 2, 1. All right, we got a green light on the motherboard. And no post codes. Of course, I wouldn't expect one without a CPU. All right. Some YouTubers would then start to insert very fine wires into the CPU socket. I am not that patient, and I am going to check the jumpers real quick. But we're just going to go put the processor in. So for processor, I picked the... Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. You got to make sure the arm is fully in the full unlocked position, because otherwise you won't be able to get your processor in. All right, I am going to check the jumpers here real quick. This motherboard is on the retro web, so I'm pretty sure when I checked this previously, I did see that it was jumpered for a 66 megahertz DX2. Now, is the Cyrix processor supported by this motherboard? I do not know. All right, so this is a Lion. Oh, I guess I just dawned on me. I forgot to put it in the description. This is a Lion Computers. And I don't think they made so many motherboards that I won't be able to pick it from the, let's see here. The Lion Computers Local ISA 486 USA Revision 1. With the Contact 82C596A 386 486 write back cache chipset. Supports 20, 25, 33, and 50 megahertz, up to 256K of cache, up to 32 megs of RAM. And I'm going to check the jumpers here real quick because I probably, well, you should do this when you put a new CPU in, even if you think you did it, because I don't want to find out after I power this up again that I actually had not done that. I picked the Cyrix 486 because it was in stock somewhere. I also, just knocked a transformer off the back of my desk. I actually tried to get an Intel 486 DX266, but got refunded by the seller because apparently they damaged it after listing it, so bummer. Okay, I don't see blah, 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 blah. I just want the CPU pins. All right, so JP2 is, okay, JP2 for 8486DX2 should be pins 2 and 3. Where's pin 1? Oh, okay. Pins 2 and 3 confirmed. Oh, there we go. Oh, I should have just looked at my screen. All right, JP3 should be closed. Confirmed. JP4, pins 2 and 3. Going to presume that is correct. Oh, wait, or is that a... Okay, I think that is correct. May have to look at the diagram because there is no marking on the board. But there is a marking on the diagram. So that is correct. Pins 2 and 3 are closed, and JP5 should be open. JP5 is probably nowhere. JP1, JP101, JP100. Oh. I'm sure when the person drew the schematic, JP5 was probably supposed to be right next to the rest of those, but, well, that is not where it ended up. That should be open. Now, where's JP5? I'm looking on the diagram. JP5 is the one that's right. Oh, JP5. It's that one. It's this one right here. And it is open. Okay. So that is the correct setting for a DX2 CPU speed configuration for 66 megahertz internal. JP30, which is right, that's 38. JP30. Oh, I think that one is right. Nope. That's 29 and 36. You know, I like the soft configured boards. Then you didn't have to play the game of where's the jumper. JP30. Oh, JP30 is clear on this end of the motherboard. So JP30 is actually missing. Oh, interesting. JP30 is missing a jumper. So JP30, pins 1 and 2 closed. All right, well, let me see if I've got a jumper. Oh, here we go. I've got a jumper. I'll steal it off this dead hard drive that's sitting beside me. So JP30, pins 1 and 2 closed. There we go. Oh, those pins are kind of bent. All right, there we go. Whoop. Oh, hold on. I dropped the jumper. Oh, lovely. And oh, there it is. There we go. I thought I had actually launched the jumper into the power supply. All right, so JP30 pins 1 and 2. There we go. Let's see here, VISA wait state configuration for CPU less than or equal to 33 megahertz, ID2. I don't think I really need to set this now because I'm not GP or ID2, which is somewhere near the VISA local bus slots, I think. Yeah, ID2 is closed and ID3 is open. Okay. Just thought I would check those. All right. So all speeds have been checked. All jumpers are correct. Oh, Adam, hello, welcome. All right. So I got a 486 processor in here. I've got the post card. I don't have a video card. That's next if I get post codes. So fingers crossed. 3, 2, 1. Oh, and I think I've got this upside down. Oh, wow, you cannot see that on screen. So I have a post code of 40, I believe. 40 hex. And that sounds really familiar. In my BIOS 40, prepare descriptor tables. And the previous code was 36, which is not described. That doesn't sound right. Okay, I might need to go. Maybe. I didn't put new RAM in here. No, no boom. No, it did not go boom. My VISA local bus video card hasn't arrived yet. It probably won't make December. Let's see here. I guess I need to go grab the video card. The working video card. Let's see. Yep, because I don't have another one down here that will go in this computer. So let me go grab that. Or the next, I will grab the first video card that is ISA I come across. Please hold. In the meantime, you can watch the board for me. And if it goes boom while I'm upstairs, you can shout at me in the comments. I promise you, I will see them when I come back downstairs. Aw, it didn't go boom. That's good. All right. We'll put the video card in this 8-bit ISA slot here. Partly because it's the closest slot to where the cable is on my workbench. All right. Yes, this board was made in the USA, of all places. So, all right. We'll go to the capture input. That's potentially a good sign. That's a really good sign. CMOS system options not set. CMOS display type mismatch. Keyboard error. Well, that's a good sign. It powered up. Also, someone drew an X on the Cyrix processor's heatsink. That's weird. Whatever. Oh, and that's this board only came with 4 megabytes of RAM. I should have probably figured that. So that means I've got 8. Wait, that doesn't make any sense at all. 4 megabytes. Was there such thing as a 512K 30-pin SIM? Yay, it works, yes. All right, let me, should have probably grabbed a keyboard while I was upstairs. Because I need to get probably need to get a second AT keyboard. Well, actually, I tried to get a second one. The keyboard didn't work. Like, let's see here. HDMI to an Intellivision. All right, that sounds cool. Let's see here. That's you all are just chatting amongst yourselves. All right, let me go grab a keyboard. Let's see. You've tuned into Justin's exercise stream, where he's going to realize every time he needs something that it's upstairs. Maybe I should bring more stuff downstairs. Actually, while I'm upstairs, I'll just go ahead and grab this hard drive here. So go ahead and grab that too. And the keyboard. All right. So while I was upstairs, I also grabbed a hard drive that has DOS 622 installed on it. And I grabbed a video card for yet another project that's not going to make December probably, but I think I'll probably be using January to do some of the videos that I should have known that would be over-optimistic goals, but have parts to do. Because, well, it's taken longer than I expected to get some of these parts. I know. Yeah, I'm always over-optimistic. All right, press F1. And this is the, yuck, the ugly BIOS. That is very dramatic there. All right, it is, let's see here. December 30th. And do I have to really hit page down? I guess so. Of course, the moment I turn this off, it's going to reset again, but... Whoa, 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 whoa. I think the BIOS was a little touchy there. All right, I'm not even going to bother to set the clock. Hard disk type. I just realized that I don't have anything connected, so... All right. Yeah, it's chips. I just want to look at some of these settings. Let's see here. CPU 1633. All right, well. I'll have to get a Varta cure. Oh, look at that. Now it's saying I have 8 megabytes. That makes more sense. Okay, don't know why it stopped counting without the BIOS settings set. I don't know. Oh, and now I gotta run the setup again because there's a BIOS memory size mismatch. All right, well. Okay, there we go. Well, Trina, it is booting. Well, it is posting. I don't have a drive. Yeah. Okay, it's getting grumpy because I don't have a controller card connected. All right. Well, let's do some shenanigans here. No, Retro Techie, you can't have it. I do, however, have a very lovely 386 computer that if you will if you will pay the postage handling and one-time processing fee, I will gladly send it your way. Import tariffs, duties, and other monies may also need to be paid to the Canadian government. As is, of course. Can it run Crisis? I don't know. Maybe. You'll have to run that test and let us know. Also, I'm half joking because I think the system is finally cooperating with me again. Oh, also, that 386 system sometimes decides to not count all the memory, and it's like does other stupid stuff too. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what 1-Bit Fever Dreams just said. Actually, I don't think this computer can run Crisis. Oh, let me see here. Let me, oh. I think I'm going to have to remove the card bracket so that I can get the card in the slot, because the one thing about Visa Local Bus that I remember is they're a pain in the rear to install. And this is one thing where the board needs to be uniformly supported, so... Anyways, so I now have the Visa Local Bus caching controller card that RetroTech Chris sent me, and I have loaded it up with 16 megabytes of RAM. Actually, Adam, that might actually be able to run Crisis. I don't remember what the specs are for that game, but it's an older game. So that might actually run on that computer. It would stand a better chance of running than on a 386. That's for sure. Okay. So I put 16 megabytes of RAM in the caching controller card because why not? Oh, there we go. That actually inserted fairly well. Okay, I'm glad I have some other 4 megabytes of RAM on hand because I will have to use some shorter memory modules for the caching controller card. So these memory modules I will put in the motherboard at some point because they're not going to fit. They're not going to fit the way they are now. Also, luckily this controller card does have a floppy controller on it. So I'm going to go ahead and connect this Gotek that has a DOS 622 boot image on it. See, I should be able to plug it straight into this power supply if I can find the connector. Actually, oh, maybe it doesn't have one of those connectors on it. I need to get Trina's power supply in the in on the bench, but I thought I would test this with the power supply I know works, and then we'll get Trina's and try it. I'm sure it works too, but I was watching a video of that. Oh, who did? Was it more fun making it or whatever? But fixing a ZX Spectrum, and they made a rookie mistake. I forget which channel it was. Oh, and this power adapter is awful. Okay. When buying these power adapters off Amazon, the cheap ones are probably awful. 0 stars, cannot recommend. And I suspect that... Oh, there we go. Yep, it should still be good, Trina. I just... Sometimes when you're testing things for the first time, it helps to use the supply that you personally have tested and know is working. Just in the off chance that something shook loose in the power supply you sent me while it was being shipped. We'll test it here shortly. Of course, we want to confirm it works. Live on stream. All right. Do I feel lucky to plug in a hard drive and... Yeah, why not? Let's see here. All right, this should be jumpered as the correct setting. All right. Now, I do know this hard drive works. However, I was using it with the XTIDE BIOS, so I think it should still work with this. Because I was doing that to overcome the BIOS limitations of the 386 computer, which doesn't like anything over 528 megabytes. And all right. Hey, Rudy, welcome. Oh yeah, I'm sure that Apple II will run Crisis, and if it can't run Crisis, it'll probably run something better than Crisis. All right, let's see here. All right. So now I have a hard drive and a floppy drive hooked up. And... oh, F2. There we go. Well, 16 megabytes of that RAM Ron sent me worked. Yay! Disk parameters set up. Okay, that looks right. Yep. F10 to exit. And It is booting from nothing. Oh, because I think I need to configure something in the BIOS for the hard drive to work. All right, so let me restart the computer. I can find the reset switch. There it is. Oh. Okay, let me... I read the manual, and I forgot to change the setting here. So the hard drive controller card says that you need to set the hard drive C to type 1. If you have one of their cards installed. So even though I configured the controller card, it the BIOS wasn't configured correctly. And that's just crazy that I got more RAM on the cache card than I do on the motherboard. Okay, we are booting off the floppy drive. It's actually booting now. So the DOS disk I tried to create yesterday. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, that's right. I forgot which one I had installed. Is it still booting? Yeah, I think it is. Oh, there we go. So what's on this DOS disk? Okay, so more importantly, oh, there we go. Yeah, okay. I don't know why it didn't boot off the hard drive, but whatever. Oh no, you're going to see my serial number. Oh, that's good. It at least recognizes it as a 486. All right, let's take a look at this. 486 FPU, 8 megs of RAM. Let's see here. Tests, benchmarks. Maximum performance level reached. Okay, that just doesn't seem realistic. That is not a 532 megahertz 486. Although maybe it is, so maybe I finally found the space heater that I've been looking for the basement. Maximum performance level reached. Okay, this version of Check It just is like... This version of Check It is so old, apparently it knows about the 486, but yeah, it's just like... I can't compare that. Go away. Okay. Video, hard disk, tools. Tests. Let's see here. System board. Okay, system board. Parallel printer, video, memory. Let's see if the memory that came with this motherboard, just a quick test, see if that passes. Then we'll put some... Then we'll fire up a game, and then we'll test a few other things. Just play something. Yeah, I'm getting there. Just doing a quick RAM test. I want to see if I got a good deal on eBay. let's see here. I forget what I paid for this. It was probably more than probably more than I wanted to, but it might be a decent deal. I made an offer on the motherboard. Let's see here. What did I pay for the motherboard? Okay, I paid $29 plus shipping for the CPU, which seemed to be about what those were going for. $65 for the motherboard, and the motherboard did have the 8 megs of RAM on it that I can use on other machines. So, and then I bought a Visa Local Bus video card that's supposed to be working. It's also rare, quote. It's a Diamond Speedstar Pro. Paid $47 for it. Also, I've ordered another video card for the 386, so I can have a 16-bit video card. I went for a Trident 8900D. Okay, memory test runs. All right, let's play a game. And well, I guess we'll have to do PC speaker. The little speaker on the postcard sounds awful. Let's see, pick up. Oh, that's right. You don't drop it on the building, you drop it beside the building. I'm sure there's better ways of playing this, but I just wanted to test the system. Because that little speaker is... Oh. Okay, so you can't drop it on the local plants. That's good. Oh, do I have to... I bet I've got to build something, don't I? Yep. Let's see here. Build. And I guess I got a smelter. This is Planet X3, so... Which in VGA looks really nice. So, there we go. Yep, it's a David Murray game, so it looks a lot like all the other David Murray games. Looks really nice in VGA. So, that's good. Now I just, I guess need to wait for my video card to come in. And... I'm going to need to find a case for this computer. Preferably maybe like a little desktop AT case. That'd be pretty nice. Of course, those are rare, so I might have to go for a mini tower. Thing is, I don't... My first computer was a Pentium level, so I don't, like, have a idea of a case I'd put this in. So, this is cool. All right. Oh, yeah. Maybe I should turn on mouse control. What do you think? All right, have a nice DOS. You're funny, David. Yeah, I've not beat any levels. I haven't had a chance to really play it. I've just only, like, used it to test that computer systems are working. All right, let's spice this system up. So let me unplug this here so I can get into. All right, I think I can ditch the postcard. And let me see here. I'm going to remove these memory modules from this card, because I'm going to install the memory modules that I'm going to use. So what did I want to do with this system? Well, I had this crazy idea, which is why I'm glad Ron was able to send some RAM to do this. But Ron sent me 32 megs of RAM, and I have another 16 megs of RAM. So I am going to max the RAM out on the cache controller card and on the motherboard. Because why not? Hey, Jeremy. All right, so I'm pretty sure these will fit nicely here. So there's this 16 megs of RAM. I wish I had the video card that I was going to leave in this system, because I think it'll be a much better card than this little 8-bit VGA card. All right. So there's that 16 megabytes. And here's this 16 megabytes. Oh, I just realized. Sorry, you were on the screen capture view. So, all right, so there's the 32 megabytes Ron sent me. That's going in the motherboard because it conflicts with the other Visa local bus slot. Not that I mean, I guess I could put this card in the other Visa local bus card slot and have it overhang the ISA slot, and actually, depending on how this, okay, it looks like I might have to put the video card in this slot, and when I put this thing together for real, because it does look like even these sims are not that much shorter, and they are also overhanging the, well, I think they're like just squeezing by, but that means I'm going to have pins from the video card sticking out here. So anyways, all right, so now I've got ludicrous RAM go. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah. Plug the floppy drive back in. Maybe I should, let me see. Let me see if I can find my little bag of speakers so I can plug at least plug a piezo speaker in so I can hear if it beeps. I don't need the postcard, but I would like a beep. I just have to remember what I did with those earlier this week. I probably... Oh, there they are. So I've got this hard drive controller card, Thomas, but I do not have an I/O card. So I don't have like any, I don't have a serial port, which is probably the biggest thing that I don't have because I don't have a PS2 mouse. Oh, yeah, hold on. Let's see, Frank is... now a moderator. Frank, please share your YouTube channel with us. Oh. Well, that's... oh, actually, I just realized I forgot to do one other thing. Anyone notice that something I forgot to plug back in? Like power? That really that explains why it was taking a long time for the power supply to like bleed off power. There we go. That's better. Yeah, I was expecting noises and not hearing anything. You know, without this Varta, I'm surprised that CMOS settings are being retained. It's almost like there's a capacitor or something that maybe holds it for a little while. So I don't know where the CMOS of course, I'm not sure where the chip is that holds the CMOS settings. Because I don't see there's not a real-time clock chip. I'm sure it's one of these that I just have overlooked. Nope, that's not it. All right, let's see here. Standard CMOS setup. What's this advanced chipset? SRAM. Let's see. We'll all right, let's see what I've been missing in the chat while we wait for the things to check. Well, that's not too unbearable of a RAM check speed. The caching controller's RAM check is a bit more ostentatious. But that is 16 megabytes of cache memory. Power is over a I don't think Halo Infinite's going to run on this Retro Techie. Yeah, no. Okay. I think I need to change the boot order in the BIOS so that the hard drive tries to boot first. And it's still bugging me. Where is the clock chip on this motherboard? Because I'm curious how it's retaining the time. No, wait a minute. Is that it right there? Let's see. It's an MC14069. Ah, okay. I think I see it. It's not the largest capacitor, if what I'm seeing is correct, but I think it's actually this chip here. I just saw it because there's a crystal beside it, and I suspect that's the 32 kilohertz signal. That's a Motorola clock chip. I guess there's enough capacitance there that... of course, maybe I'll look it up. Maybe it's got some non-volatile memory on it too, so the CMOS settings stay. All right, let me see if I can't get this to boot from the hard drive. All right. Standard CMOS setup. Let's see here. Where is that setting? There it is. C first, then A. See here. Any other things that I advanced chipset setup? Tempted to check out 0 weight states, but I can do that later. All right, Garth. See you later. Here we go. This actually is pretty... there we go. Starting Miss-DOS. For anyone wondering, this hard drive is not the one that I normally boot my 386 from. Even though it just tried to load sound and packet drivers. This was the one I was using, but now I'm using a compact flash card. But and also, my scaler is annoying. It likes to cut off the edge of the VGA text screen. But I can fix that. I think I've got Windows installed. Yes, Windows for Workgroups. Well, did I just crash Windows? I might have just crashed Windows. Yeah, so it appears as if I've crashed Windows, which is probably really not that hard of a thing to do. Yes, I should try your power supply, Trina. Yes, I agree. Let me see. Where did I set it? Ah, there it is. Okay, let's see here. All right, so I'm going to try Trina's power supply. Let's see. Just need to unhook the... Need to unhook that. And unhook that. Very carefully detangle all the cables. Because apparently I twisted a bunch together without realizing it. Oh, that's right. I now know why. I've done the silly thing that I apparently did. All right. Hold on while I... There we go. Detangle. Oh, and you can't see what I'm doing because... my secretary is falling asleep on the job. And that would be me because... well, I'm not that big of a channel yet. Hey, Joe's here! All right. When using a new power supply for the first time, it does... oh. There's no on-off switch on this power supply. Okay. It does behoove you to check the 110 220 switch on it, just to make sure, although in this case, well, Canada's also a 110-volt country, so I would have been shocked if the power supply had been set to 220, but I have seen stranger. I have seen some power supplies that were set to 220 for years and they still worked. Although in some cases they might have shortened their life, but or might have just been running really inefficiently, but I have seen it. So always check your power supplies. And also, that weren't necessarily PC power supplies, but they were power supplies that had a switch on them. All right. So there we go. And apply power and oh. Hold on. Let's see here. That's weird. All right, so oh, did I plug something in wrong? Yeah, let's try that again. Okay, must have had something plugged in wrong. Not sure what I plugged in wrong. Probably the GoTech. All right, so Trina, your power supply works. Joe wants to see fire. No, I don't want to see fire, Joe. This one has a green processor in it. Let's see here. Oh. Well, I'm trying to enhance, but it'll... Oh, it's on the screen there. Yeah, it's got a Cyrix DX266. I know, Joe. My scaler doesn't like the VGA text mode. I have to manually adjust it and each time, and I don't feel like doing that right now. Because actually, I think I've tested this computer about all I can right now. Oh, it's crisp. I thought you were talking about the fact that the first column's cut off because of stupid VGA reasons that I don't care to be an expert on. Yeah, look at that. So it's a 486 DX266 Cyrix. Got 32 megs of RAM. Oh, I can run a RAM test. That is at least one thing I can do. Which, actually, to do that, I really should not load any drivers at all. Yeah, Joe, this is not the drive I use in my 386, before you wonder why Windows didn't start. Although, it's probably good I didn't auto-start Windows on this drive, because something's wrong with the Windows install on this drive. Which may very well be the case, because I think there was a reason why I didn't want to load... I did not want to load DOS there. Yeah. Yeah, Windows, I think, is corrupted on this drive. Because I think there is multiple reasons why I just started using another drive for that computer. Yeah, I know, games are far away. I only have one game installed on this computer. And I don't really have the bench space to play it. How's that for brutal honesty? You can't see it because, well, I'm showing you the screen capture, but I have the keyboard set on top of the power supply because I don't have anywhere else to put it. I don't have, I guess I wasn't, well, I don't have a case to put the computer in, which is part of the problem, but let's run the memory test. Memory test, quick test. Let's see here. Yeah, at least it's a crisp capture. So there's kind of the high-level view of the system, like quite literally. So, thanks again to Ron's computer videos for the 32 megabytes of RAM I have in the motherboard, which maxes the motherboard out. Here's the 16 megabytes of RAM that I bought for the cache controller card, which maxes it out. Here is the lovely 8-bit ISA card, which maxes this particular slot out. My Visa Local Bus video card will be in supper. Hey, Big Bad Biologist, welcome. And then my green CPU from Cyrix, which has an X drawn on top of the heatsink, and I don't know why, but it does seem to work. And because it's the 486, it doesn't have the coma bug. And then I have ordered larger cache chips because I'm going to upgrade the cache on this board. Because it seems silly to have... Yeah, Jeremy. I don't think there is really anything I can run on this 486 that will need more than 32 megs of RAM. Yeah, I've got that VGA card maxed out, Thomas. It's in an 8-bit ISA slot, so the slot is maxed out. I can't put anything better in that slot because the BIOS chip would actually... I can't even put a 16-bit card in that slot because the BIOS chip's in the way. So, yeah, this 486 will not need any more RAM. It will be quite happy at 32 megs of RAM. I don't want to know what this would have cost back in the day for what a PC manufacturer might have claimed was a 48 megabyte system. Well, okay, some games might hate that 32 megs of RAM. And I'll probably figure that out when I try to run them. And I donate 1 byte. It needs a network card. Yeah, this 486 really does need a network card, and I'll have to get it one. I am not going to run Windows 98 on this computer. It's it would probably run decently, but this was probably going to be my Windows 3.1 faster computer. Maybe Windows 95, but that'd probably be about it. I mean, Windows 95 would run pretty well on it too, and would probably have less trouble with the larger amount of RAM. No, Windows 98 2nd edition is for the Pentium 2 system. Whenever that arrives. Yet another item that I haven't received, and that's not going to make December, but I did, for the Pentium 2, I do have a video card for it. So, the way this card is keyed, this will go in the slot that's in that motherboard. All right, Jeremy, I will not buy network cards from eBay. You'll probably toss a few in a box at some point. Windows 3, yeah, I'll probably run Windows 3.11. Mac OS 6.11. Funny. Yeah, Windows. Actually, on my 386, it's running Windows 3.11, even though it says Windows 3.1. I didn't install workgroups on it. Although maybe I should have because it has a network card on it. But then again, I don't need the workgroup features. I just installed Windows 3.11. It's just Microsoft didn't rebrand Windows 3.11 to say it was 3.11, but it's 3.11. I think the for workgroups version did get versioned as 3.11. I don't know why Microsoft was so lazy, but so yeah, I'll yep, I guess I'll need a 16-bit network card because I don't know if there ever were any Visa Local Bus network cards, but I only have 2 Visa Local Bus slots, and those are earmarked for my hard drive controller and a video card. I mean, I'm not going to connect this to the internet, so yes, I could run Linux. I very well could run Linux. But I'll probably run Windows 3.11. It'll be for games of some sort. Oh, I guess we can check into the memory test. Okay, so that was just the quick test. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to need to run a better version of Check It on this computer because I just realized not only did we max out the benchmarks in this version of Check It, it supports up to 16 megabytes of memory. I'm going to have to run a newer version of Check It. So, well, that's good. This computer works. And I didn't have to repair anything. Well, I mean, I had to remove the battery. I had to clean up its corrosion mess, but no repairs were required. It just worked. So that means I think I got a good deal. I could run as a server with Novell, but I'm not going to run Novell NetWare. I have no desire to. I mean, I know at the computer shop that I worked at, we set up many a Novell NetWare server for clients, and well, I might have built the computers, but I was not the one that was setting up Novell NetWare. So, all right. Well, that gets the 486 kind of where I was hoping I'd get it to. The corrosion's taken care of, and it works. And the RAM works. So thanks, Ron. The RAM I bought on eBay works. The cache controller card works. Thank you, RetroTech Chris. Although I think RetroTech Chris may have tested the controller card. Or I suspect he did. So I need to get a case and network card and well, I'll probably just use a compact flash card. Well, no, actually on this system I may well, no, I'll probably just use a compact flash card. So just because of spinning rust. But I think this card might have an 8 gig limit. Well, actually this card may not have an 8 gig limit, but well, DOS does. If I run DOS 622 and Windows 3.11. disco module. Yeah, made to a disco module. It can't be one that plugs in here, or I'll actually have a slot conflict because it'll not fit in the slot. Anyways, all right, so I'll have to find a way to XT style case with power supply would probably be of interest, because that would be it would at least be a desktop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess as long as it's, I guess if it's an XT, it would have 8 card slots, and then the keyboard. Yeah, I was hoping to put this in a desktop. Maybe I wasn't gonna be too picky of what size, but I've got enough towers that I thought I would try to put this in something a little bit smaller. Right. And then this is the 8 megs of RAM that came in that board that does seem to be good. And all right. I'll save that for something else. All right, so I guess since I got the 486. Yes, Joe. Yeah, technically a plank of plywood and screws is all I need. Oh, I was about to say, wait a minute, that's not the, I just saw a computer that I'd been looking for, but then realized, no, that's not the computer I was looking for. That's the empty case that is the same model as the computer I was looking for. So, I am not going to install my 486 in a G4 case. That's just not, that just seems wrong. I want the 486 to be representative of a computer of that generation, not a, oh, look what I've hid a 486 computer inside of. I mean, yep, I can definitely see that someone would have taken a, put a 486 motherboard in an XT to upgrade it, but a G4 case, well, that's newer than the 486 era. So, yeah. Install it in a PowerMac 7600 case and then watch it implode. Well, Adam, that would assume the 7600 case didn't implode, removing its contents before you put the 486 in it. Yeah, I want an AT case, desktop style. Yeah, this is the dead board. I had a, we're going back to it. I think I've got an idea of something that might be wrong with it, but I got to remove sockets to. Well, that's weird. Oh, that's right. I put the tantalum cap on the bottom. That's why those pins are there. So anyways, I guess for those, because I checked on something at the beginning of the stream and then said I'd come back to this if the 486 was tested. So, yeah. So anyways, I had a comment on the last video I did on this board, and someone, I forget who it was, mentioned that, you know, if the power good signal had a broken trace, it's not going to boot. And I think at the beginning of the stream, I tried to test out the power good trace, because I do know that this little trace here is the power good. It goes under this socket here, or, well, It goes under this socket, like right about here. So I can't see it because the trace is actually under here. And then it's one of these two traces here that, well, I'm not measuring anything there, but then again, there's solder mask on top of it. And with these sockets here, I can't really get anything in there to scrape the solder mask off. And it goes under here, and then goes under here, and it should connect up with one of these vias. And I tried to take the fiberglass pin, and I checked all these vias, and I don't have continuity between here and here. And actually, when I reviewed my live stream to kind of try to figure out which trace it was and where it went, I think I might have missed something. I can't tell. Anyways, the thing is, I'm going to have to remove sockets to actually inspect the trace, because I'm calling into question that I didn't catch a broken trace. So let's see if I can torture this board some more. So yep, and Big Bad Biologist's Big Bad Workbench will be streaming 486 action tomorrow. So tune in for more December content tomorrow. It's like noon. Is that when it starts? Yeah, glad I put this parts board in an anti-static bag. Well, I did that to, yeah, in case I figured out why it wasn't working. Because I kind of did know that someone might say something. So I decided to put it in a bag. Also, everything I've pulled off the board is actually still on my workbench. What's the dimensions of this Varta? Let me see if I remember. Oh. It was a 3V60R, 3.6 volts, 60 milliamp hour, 14 hours, 6 milliamps. Oh, that must be like the charge time or something. 0.33. Let me see. Do I have my calipers on my workbench? No, of course not. Well, if I can remember what I did with my calipers, I will measure the battery for you. If I can't remember what I did with my calipers, then I might still be able to measure it for you, just not with the calipers. You know, I think my calipers might actually be upstairs. All right, well, I've got the battery here. If I can manage to come up with something to measure it with, I'll measure it. Yeah, it's a 6. Oh, okay. It was 20 by 26 millimeters. That seems like that might be about right. Twelve and a half. Yeah, I need to order some PCBs for your Varta cure. I also was hoping you'd just recommend which parts you designed the board to fit. especially if there's like a particular diode you had in mind. Or which coin cell holder. So, but yeah, I was going to order some because... No, I didn't make a replacement PCB. Jeremy did. So I'm going to order some PCBs to give it a try. I mean, I probably have, yeah. Diodes, I probably have something that'll work. Because kind of the battery holder, though, there's a lot of, you go look for CR2032 battery holders, and it's not like there's one standard pin spacing on those. Yeah, Jeremy's got one, and I think there's another YouTuber that also designed one. I forget who it was right offhand. This segment of the stream has been brought to you by Claris the Cow. Not really. Yeah, the pin spacing depends on a lot of things. Yeah, okay, yeah, Ron designed something. Okay, I think there was a third person. Because I think Ron's was for, I thought Ron's was for Macintosh PRAM batteries. The thing is, these Varta batteries are NiCads, and they get recharged. So you need something with a diode so that you don't charge your CR2032. Yeah, I think that is Jeremy's GitHub. Well, I'll admit, I've tried to use GitHub and I've done it wrong too. And of course, the thing is, this probably isn't... Yeah, I'll take a look at that manufacturer. Super cheap isn't necessarily my only criteria. The fact that they're US based is definitely better because the Chinese New Year is going to be here before we know it, and I don't remember exactly when that starts, but that would affect my ability to order PCBs from China. But the US-based suppliers wouldn't have that problem. $420 with free shipping, that's pretty good. Oh, yeah, and, well, that too. So... yeah, so yeah, I'll probably check them out. I had a place where I had bought PCBs from, other than Osh Park, that was pretty cheap, but they had, I know at one point they were trying to sell their business, and then one time when I went to their website, I got a SSL security warning. I was like, that's not a good sign. So I, well, didn't have another place that was a little cheaper than Osh Park. Backtech? I mean, if PCB did ever want to sponsor me, although my channel's not big enough for that yet, I would consider their offer. I would actually consider their offer. There are some companies that if they reach out to me, they're going to get a pretty quick negative, no thanks response. So, and if you're wondering, that the category of company that those companies would be in are VPN companies. I don't know that I really want to be trying to sell VPNs to subscribers. Oh. And I think I see a problem on the bottom of the board. I think I may have a big problem on the bottom of the board. Yeah, I think I have a ginormous problem on the bottom of the board. I don't know if it's showing up, but can anyone see the problem that I've noticed on the bottom of the board? Maybe I should zoom in a little closer. Oh, not that close. That should be 4 traces right there. Where'd those traces go? I don't know. They were there. They were there. And now they're not. And that is... ugh, that's not good. Yeah, that's really not good, because Apparently, I think that part of the board was on its last legs before I started desoldering. Because those just kind of went, yeah. Well, oh, wait a minute. There's one of the little itty-bitty trace bits on my tweezers now. You think I can glue that back on, Joe? Yeah, that's, Oh, and I bet one of those is power good. Yeah, because I think one of them's going there. One of them is going here. One of them's probably going here. There's not enough, I don't know that, yeah, traces are... I don't know that I'm going to be able to repair that because I don't have enough information on this board to figure out where they go. For sure. Unless I happen to get a really good picture of them during the live stream. That is, yeah, this board's not fixed yet. In fact, it's more broken now. It's way more broken now. Although, now that I think I've probably exposed enough the board, I bet I could check for continuity with the power goods signal. Well, I'd really like to get this socket off. I think now that I have I'm thinking maybe I should just go for the... Oh, that's not plugged in. Okay. Might as well just go for it and see if I can get this off. Because I'd like to check the top, because I think I had a broken trace on the top, too. I'll put it this way. I might be able to figure out where some of those go, because this is the keyboard controller. And I think the pinout for that is documented. But that does certainly up the... does up the complexity of actually repairing that. I don't know that I got pictures of that before. I didn't think I'd need them. Oh, actually, I think those were still there. I think those disappeared tonight. Well, I really want to get that socket off now because I want to look at the trace. Well, if I killed the 386 SX40, well... Let's just say that this was a very cheap motherboard to start with. So... the production quality on it may have been very poor. Which means that it might have been inevitable I was going to accidentally do something like that. I I really want to get that socket off now, just so I can look at the trace that I think is broken on the top side. My confidence in repairing this board has gone down to about near zero. Because the thing is, even if I repaired the traces, I still... No, this is not the 486. This is the 386 I've been trying to repair. So, the thing is, even if I repair traces, I still don't have proof that this processor works. I've gone and accidentally melted the FPU socket, but I can replace that. I don't know that the chipset works. If I don't fix this board tonight, then this board won't be fixed tonight. That's just how that's going to go. I think I see another trace that... Oh, man. Oh, no, wait. That one may not be broken. That one might have been... Yeah, it looks like there's some boogered up traces there, too. Yeah, this board... My best bet might just be to hot air the processor off this board and save it for another. You got it? Oh, you got it from my previous stream. Okay. Well, it's still... Well, I don't know that I have what I need to repair that, because the enamel wire that I have is actually rather thick for... that, and... Oh. I'm going to probably have to find a via... Actually, I don't know that I can get the wire that I have down those vias, and that's probably going to be how I fix that. Adam McGee would like to nominate this board for the Trash Can Hall of Shame. Well, it's certainly looking that way, Adam. I think at this point, I'm going to try to get that socket off as carefully as I can in case I can fix it. But I'm actually trying to find the spool, which is on my work. Seriously, one of my New Year's resolutions. No, it's not a New Year's resolution. One of the things I just need to do, like, is clean my workbench off. It's not a New Year's resolution. That's just I have lost so many things on my workbench, and I can't find things anymore. I just need to do it. Hold on. I'm trying to find the spool of magnet wire. I may just have to search... I think it'll be quicker for me to just search my Amazon order history than it will be to find the spool on my desk. Because if I search my Amazon history, then... Oh, I'm not signed into Amazon on this computer. Okay. Because the thing is, if I search my Amazon history, find the gauge, and mention it, then Joe might just be like, that's too big, or some comment like that. All right, Jeremy, I did get your photo. I'll review it when the time comes. All right, let's see if I... Orders. Oh, my phone needs charged. Let's see here. Wire. Hopefully that's... Oh, maybe it's 34 gauge. I was thinking it was bigger. Okay, maybe it is a spool of 34 gauge. If I can find it to confirm. Look inside the yellow square. Okay. Oh, here it is. Oh, well, maybe that enamel wire might actually be about the right size. Okay, well, I gotta get this socket off the board because I gotta inspect the... I gotta inspect everything. All right. I think that I'm going to stop trying to vacuum that up because that is possibly too abrasive. I'm also going to do this in a way that uses more might actually have a better chance of wicking up the solder. Ah, that sounds very tempting, Adam. But I think 120 volts may have the same general effect. In fact, I think applied just right, negative voltage might do the same thing too. Although that would pop all the tantalum cap. Oh wait, you all would love that. All right. All right. Oh, speaking of cloning this board, I got a item in the mail today. It's a video card for a Macintosh LC or LC2. And, well, it will definitely be a challenge to try to clone because there's one thing I didn't realize till I had the board in hand. It's not a 2-layer board. It's not a 4-layer board. It's a 6-layer board. Although, being 4 layers would have still made it kind of hard to reverse engineer. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, if the card worked. If the card doesn't work, then I know if there's ways of doing it that are destructive. But I haven't had a chance to try the computer yet. Or the card out yet. Yeah, lots of sanding. Yeah, it's an LC2 video card. Or LC. I think it'll work in the LC or LC2. I don't know about the LC3 or higher, because it's not a 32-bit card. I mean, it might work. Non-destructive, lots of beeping with a multimeter, yeah. I mean, yeah, it can be done. I mean, some of the circuit, it'd probably be obvious where things are going to have to go. Okay, I do not know why some of these pins just do not want to... I'm not trying to save the socket, but I am trying to not create another huge mess like I did last time I tried to remove sockets. But yeah, this is a Lapis PDS video card. I just happened to find it on eBay and, well... Happened to find it on eBay and made the winning bid. It was actually an auction, so... Not something I really needed, but it was for the LC computer, and it looked neat, and... And I'm just about at the point where I... So I have most of these pins desoldered, and I can tell they're desoldered, but there's just a few that are... Alright. Apparently one or two that are still being stubborn. Just trying not to destroy any more traces, because I've already made saving this board a more of a challenge. Maybe I should have probably used hot air to remove this, but... I already proved that some of the plastic on this motherboard is melty. It's like extra melty plastic, and... Alright. Well, let me plug in my heat gun. I'm gonna add a little extra heat because something's not coming loose. I guess I really can't do too much more to this board than I've already done to it. After all, I saved it from the immediate threat of e-waste scrappage to give it a much more slower and less noble demise. Well, if this board doesn't come back to life, I'll do something to it. I don't know what I'll do to it. I will make sure it gets properly disposed of. Well, I'll take all its ISO slots off, and I'll take its processor off, and I'll take the SIM sockets off, and I'll take the AT keyboard connector off, and might even take that Motorola chip off. Oh, actually, I think that's the clock chip, so I'll keep it. Or I could probably be convinced to do that too, Jeremy. I mean, if you really want to have a go at it when I give up. Yeah, the socket is melting. At the risk of... Well, that's... Destructive removal. Yeah, the heat is too hot. Yeah. Unfortunately, my heat gun only does Celsius, and my brain only does Fahrenheit, so... Usually just yank the socket up and... I'm trying to find my spudger because I'd rather yank it... There we go. Even though my spudger's broken because I forgot to order... Here we go. Oh, I keep pushing this. Here we go. Well, there's part of the socket. I mean, I had trouble getting these sockets off the first time. I think there's like a huge ground plane or something in this board. Well, I'll probably have to replace the pins, and I think this one ISIS slot is going to be a bit deformed, but, well, it's, it looks like it will still be a ISIS slot. I didn't get it too bad. Alright, well, well, okay, there's a damage trace there. Okay, there's a... Well, I think I know which pin was preventing it from coming out. All right. Well, I can see the yeah, I usually set the hot air to yeah, like 750 Fahrenheit. Because if you're trying to remove solder, you gotta melt the solder. And you're not gonna be doing that at too low of a temperature. Well, I'll have to get the solder out of that via somehow. There we go. Well, those pins are all melty. Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, let's see what I've got and if things are broken that looked broken on video. All right, well, there's a that Q-tip's useless. Okay. So the area of the board that I thought looked like there might be a broken trace. Yeah, I might have to remove that. Okay, so that trace there was a casualty of removing the socket, unfortunately. But that's repairable. Okay. I think I can see the traces in question now. Okay, what I saw in the video that looked like it could have been a broken trace does not appear to be a break. But I don't know that I have continuity, because the thing is, it could be under this socket. And I gotta find a better way to remove sockets than maybe heat on one side and pull the socket out with the other, but alright. You know, maybe I can pull my helping hands out. I just realized where it was, and this board might actually fit in it. Okay. Okay, so power good. Okay, so we got power good at the power connector. I think the trace in question is... Oh, maybe it's not that one. Is it one of these two here? No. Let me see if I can get a reading on any of these. Okay, it's not that one. Is it one of these two? Ah, there's a little piece of fiberglass there. No. I think you get... good night, big bad biologist. Oh, man. I think I'm going to have to remove this other socket, because... Unless... Because that trace comes under here. And you know, I think the trace I'm looking for runs right under here. Which means... I'm trying to stab my probe through the solder mask. Not that I think that's going to do much. Yeah, if that is broken, I think it's broken under there. I'm wondering if I maybe broke it in the process of putting the socket in. Because this here is broken now, but I think that's repairable. So I'll try to be careful. That should be fixable. I guess I gotta get this out, because I still don't seem to be getting continuity of the power good signal from this pin, because it's this pin on the power supply, and I've got continuity right beside the power connector, but I don't seem to have continuity with any of the traces that it could be once it comes off the other side of this socket. And I know it can be hard to see, but I can see that there's several places where there's no solder mask on the traces that I'm trying to do a continuity check of. Okay, well, yeah, I would prefer not to remove that socket unless I have to, because I don't think I haven't mangled it yet enough to cause problems. So yeah, if you could check it. I am going to remove these pins though, because I mangled them beyond saving, so I'm going to go ahead and remove them, and I'm just going to well, actually, you know, I bet those will come up with this. Okay, I noticed something very interesting about my soldering iron. I don't know. Oh, well. Oh, those are on a huge ground plane. Actually, I don't know if it's showing up on the live stream, but you can actually kind of see the heat coming off the soldering gun. The waviness on the right side of the screen. So I'm going to remove these while I wait for Jeremy to check where the traces go. Because I mangled these pins, so they're going to have to be replaced. I think one of these is the jumper for color or monochrome, and the other is like... Oh, the other I think's the battery, the external battery header. So I guess in all reality, these would be... I mean... Well, I should be able to get new pin headers on here, but... I mean, honestly, I could probably permanently jumper this thing for color and... use a Varta cure if I needed to. Although theoretically, if that's for an external battery, it probably doesn't charge the external battery, so I don't know, that might potentially be easier than a Varta cure on this board. All right. All right, so let's see if I can't get these pins out now. Let's see here. Let's just do these one at a time. Okay, it's going to be hard to see. Basically, I'm going to take a pin, grab it with the ceramic tweezers, heat it from the other side of the board, and pull it out. Because I'm having trouble getting solder out of these vias. Probably because I need to clean the PG trace needs to run between pins 8 and 9 of the keyboard controller. All right. Okay, that's... Would you be so kind as to go back and see if you can tell where it is running in relation to these jumper pins? Oh, these jumper pins? Hopefully I don't need it all the way back to the BIOS socket. Because if I need that, I probably have to remove the BIOS socket. But, because I think it runs between some of these pins. Trace closest to pin it. Okay, got it. Let me get these out, because I just want to inspect everything. And I'll take a look at that in a moment. probably my desoldering gun needs to be cleaned. That's probably why I'm having trouble getting solder out with it. I mean, this board, I don't know, this looks like a 4-layer board, but there's just a lot of ground plane and 5-volt planes on it. I mean, it could be a, well, no, I don't see how this could be a 2-layer board, but then again, there we go. Okay. Well, I got those off with less drama. Let me clean that just a little bit so I can actually see. All right, so pin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Trace closest to pin 8. Yep, that's okay. That's the trace I thought it was. I guess now that the socket's out and I'm looking at it the way it was in the video when I went back through the footage, yeah, that's exactly where I thought the trace went, to that via. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this trace here and I do not have continuity there. No, I do not have continuity. Oh, man. Yeah, because right there's the trace there. There is no continuity. Well, that, oh, wait. Did you see the break in the... I know you probably sent me another picture, Jeremy, but it's hard for me to pay attention to YouTube chat and Twitter. But I know YouTube chat doesn't let you send me a picture. So you, oh, very, very nice. So you think, yeah, the trace is oh, actually, oh, yeah, okay. That is, I think that now that I look at that picture, that is where I kind of thought, I was thinking it was under this socket, but it's this socket, and, oh. Someone, hey, Jeremy, could you send me another DM on Twitter? Remind me to order flux. Thank you. Joe, if you want to send me a message on Discord to remind me to order flux, that'd be appreciated too. And if someone wants to send me a message on Mastodon, and hopefully I won't ignore all three. Well, actually, Everyone's probably going to send me a message now. Justin, order flux. All right. Well, that's... No, I would have a particular automated assistant set a reminder, but then that runs into the problem of I'm going to have to say the keyword on a YouTube stream, and someone will then be complaining to me as to why in the world did their iPhone just remind them to order flux. I mean, after all, why do you think LGR says in his videos, "Hey Flurbnerb"? Because he set his keyword to something that no one else is probably going to have it set to. Of course, you know, that'd be one way to... Yeah, LGR calls his Flurbnerb. Seriously. If you don't believe me, go watch his... the Christmas video that he released on like the 24th, because I think he does activate his Christmas tree with his, I'm presuming, Alexa device, or Alexa or Google. I don't know if iPhone will let you change it to something other than the common activation word. Oh, my, Oh, okay. Well, it is 10 o'clock. And I have a slight problem here, but let me fix it. My wireless microphone's about to die. So, hold on while I change audio devices. Audio quality is going to decrease in 3, 2, 1. All right, hopefully you can still hear me. But it's kind of hard to... Actually, you know, I don't know if LGR ever watches my streams. Probably not, but is there like a topic you all want him to create a video about? We can try to see if we can't get his assistant to give him a reminder in like 2 weeks. Okay, good. I had to switch to my Blue Yeti, which may pick up a bit more of the fan noise, but, well, we will cope with it. Okay, so I gotta remove this BIOS socket. Okay, let's see if this will help any. Of course, now I'm kind of embarrassed I didn't think of this sooner, but I didn't think I'd have so much trouble getting that socket off. It might also not work because my quad hands does require some amount of room on each side of the board to work. Okay, and maybe there is enough room here to use it. So I'm going to see if I can't heat the socket on one side and gently lift it from the other side. Which is going to be awkward because I guess I might as well maybe remove the tantalum cap first. Okay, the tantalum cap is soldered from this side. That's not working as well as I thought it would. Okay. Okay, well, let's see here. Sometimes decisions I make are also based on whether I think I can keep the item in frame. Well, and actually this tantalum cap, I guess I could, okay. Alright, I have 3 pairs of side cutters on my workbench, and all 3 have run away. Oh. Okay. Oh, that took care of the tantalum cap in the way. It's soldered from the other side because I could not get it in, because the tantalum caps I ordered were bigger than the originals. I couldn't get it under the socket, so I had to... Alright, so I'm going to try... First, I want to use solder braid to get some of the solder out of the vias. And then I'll go to hot air to get the socket out. Actually, I think I got the video we should get LGR to make. Because I know he's been collecting Voodoo graphics cards for quite a while now. Because in fact, actually, I sent him one several years ago. Because I'd bought it to try to build a vintage computer and had trouble getting things to run. Gave up entirely with the concept. And, like, hey, LGR, how would you like a Voodoo 5500 AGP? And I think he accepted it faster than he decided to put Duke Nukem in the aquarium case. So, yeah, if you see the Voodoo 5500 on the shelf, I am the one that sent that to him. Of course, now I probably have an idea of why that build kind of failed, so I bet if I ever tried that again, well, I won't, because Voodoo cards are incredibly expensive, but I think it'd be cool if Clint did the a Voodoo card video for GPU June. So at least I know that, well, more people will be able to enjoy the video, because, well, I wasn't thinking of YouTube aspirations at the time I did this, so. Hey, Eric. Welcome to the destruction show. That seems to be what I'm doing more. You missed the 486. The 486 board works. Corrosion cleaned up easily. But I figured out the 386 board I've been trying to fix. I figured out something that's wrong with it. And now I got to get sockets off of it to try to assess the issue. Arg. And trying not to melt things too bad in this process, but or destroy any more traces than I've already broken. Getting this. I wish I knew why sometimes these sockets just do not want to come off. I mean, all right, let's try this. Oh, well, maybe this will work. I guess I did effectively preheat the board, so this actually may, there we go. I think I've ended up bending a couple of these pins, but alright, let's see, well, that didn't, okay, well, let me see if I can, let me see if now that I, pushed most of those pins on that side through the board, maybe I can, get the one side of the socket to, come free with some hot air. I mean, that socket just does not want to come out of there. unfortunately, I think where the trace is broken is under the socket, so I kind of gotta get the socket out to do anything. There we go. Well, I got, alright, well, I got part of it out. Alright, let me just do this approach. It'll come out easier if I I'll try to remove it all in one go. Yep. But I do see one thing. Oh no. I see one thing. Trace break on the power good line confirmed. In fact, I'm not sure how I missed it. I guess I just wasn't, I must have, well, I guess that's how we miss things. I just missed it. But yeah, it's, okay, well, I got most of the socket out. It's, alright, come on. Come on, you last pin. There we go. Now that I've... Oh. Ah! I thought I'd gotten all the socket out. Well, okay. Haha! All right. Okay, so those two pins that you see sticking up through the back of the board are where the tantalum capacitor was attached. But anyways, oh boy, actually, I think this is worse than I initially thought. So here's the power good trace, and oh, well, first of all, it helps to turn the multimeter on. So we have continuity there, but well, there's no trace there. It's gone. But I think it's worse than that, because I think this trace here oh wait, maybe that's the But there's a second trace here that I think's also gone, which I don't know where it goes, but it might be this one here. It looks like that pad's, it's also not connected there. There might be a break there. I think this trace broke. I think trace... Either I missed a bunch of broken traces, or the act of putting the socket on broke traces, which seems weird. But But yeah, I think I've got at least... Okay. So I think there's 2 broken traces here. 1, 2. At least. This trace here might actually be broken. 3. That looks suspicious. And there was a break over here, it seemed like. But yeah, the most important one is power good. And yeah, it's clear as day broken. I broke that. Well, I think I'm going to call this board I think I'm gonna call this board beyond what I want to put in it to repair. So I guess, Jeremy, if you want to crack at repairing this board, then I'll just put this in the box that I'm going to get out to you. Hopefully, add it. Yeah, I'll add it to your pile. Yeah, I've got the I got the BIOS chip. Yeah, it's yours for the challenge. I'll find something to put the BIOS chip in to protect it. As is, where is. You can get it fixed. It's yours. If you don't get it fixed, well, it's still yours. But it's basically at the point where I'm, it's kind of the point where I'm calling it, in terms of, it's given me enough entertainment value for my channel, and now it's time to pass it on to someone else. So, yep, I will add it to your pile. So, Adam's got a pile like that too in the garbage can. So, anyways, let's see here. I think that pretty much wraps up everything I had potentially to work on. Yeah, I've got a DX40 board anyways. Yeah. So, Yeah, the DX40 board will, well, I can still do what I wanted to do with it. Alright, well, I am putting your 386 board. I'm not even... It's just going to... It will arrive to you in its current state, which is... There's still going to be flux on the board. I'm not even going to bother cleaning it off. I will send you the tantalum capacitor, though, that I removed. You'll probably have to reattach it somehow. Anyways, yep, and I'll find something to put the BIOS chip on to keep it safe. But yep, Jeremy, that will be coming your way, and well, if you can get it working, then you have the world's fastest 386SX processor. And if you don't get it working, well, you tried. Also, I don't know if you have one of these, Jeremy, but since I've got a pile of stuff for you, and I know you have that XT computer, but I'm gonna toss one of these in the your box as well. It's a ISA OPL2. Because at least with the SX, yeah, at least there's some video. Yeah, I could use the streaming hours, so. Set it in place with kept on. Yeah, actually, that'll work. Let me... Oh, well, the chip here is in the way. Actually, hold on. Here's what I'll do. Let me see here. See, that's not the socket. Uh-oh, what did I just unplug? Oh, my, programmer. Okay, that's fine. Did not unplug a microphone. We are good. Oh, here we go. Oh, there we go. Tried to find sockets that didn't have anything in the middle, but they don't really make those anymore. Pour molten solder in the bag and then toss everything in. Yeah, that would be one way of doing it, Adam. Oh, there may... Oh, there's still solder in those vias. Okay. Alright, so... Because I think I got like a bazillion sockets if I really went and looked for them. Alright, so... Alright, I just don't want to lose this. So, there's the BIOS chip in a socket. The tantalum cap that I removed is under it. And I will tape that to the board. That way it doesn't get lost. There we go. Oh. All right. Oh, well. Oh, that's cool. A MediaVision Thunderboard. Well, I'll still send you that sound card because I ordered too many of them. And actually, that is something I'll be building sometime next year. Is I've an ISA OPL2. I just don't have all the parts I need for it. Because believe me, I actually thought about building it for December, and then I realized that well, I think I ordered all of the IC components that I needed to order from UT Source. I keep failing to order the other components that you have to put on the board. So, all right. So the BIOS chip should be safely in the bag. I'll toss in that sound card PCB. And I guess maybe when I well, maybe I'll do a stream to build one of these one day when I can actually remember to order like the capacitors and resistors and the jack and the bracket and whatnot. And then maybe we'll see what I have left over once I get a working one put together. So the only thing that the board, ideally there'd be a tapered finger on the board, but the place I ordered them from did not do the chamfered fingers that I checked the check mark for. But I probably should have been very suspicious when their estimate tool did not change the price when I checked that box. So that is probably a clue as to why they didn't do it. Because their software probably didn't detect where it needed to be. It's like, oh, well, there are no fingers, so $0. And I suspect if people are trying to guess which company it was, you will possibly guess wrong, depending on which company you guess first, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, maybe we could do that. That could be fun. At the moment, I'm not paying for StreamYard, but we could work something out. I'm using Polystreamer to stream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. It's cheaper than StreamYard, but there's like zero capacity for guests. So anyways, that is think about everything I can think of for tonight. I've got the 486 board. It's working. No repairs needed. The RAM that Ron said works. The I guess the cache controller works. The RAM I bought for it works. The 386 board, well, I've called it, but I'm gonna send it to Jeremy. If he wants to have a crack at it, he can maybe get it up and running, because he's got one that's in rough shape. So, because I do have, when I do get what I need to put it together. Oh, that's weird. You know those times when you remove a board from an anti-static bag and you see a component that's taped on the bag that you don't remember putting there? That was weird. Oh, okay, Adam. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, that would work. So at least I got the 486DX. And okay, now Jeremy, the keyboard controller that was in this 386SX is here because I had a dead keyboard controller in this board. So that you will have to get a keyboard controller if you get the board repaired. I think you'll have enough challenges that, well, I don't think you'll need the keyboard controller to repair the trace damage. I just thought I'd warn you that I had to swipe a keyboard encoder. Although I think I did order some from UT Source the other day. So if I don't remember if I did or not. But anyway, yeah, so I got this 386DX board. I'm not going to do anything with it tonight. I think it also supports 32 megabytes of RAM, which is just an insane amount for a 386DX. Now, one thing I did do, just kind of a teaser, I may or may not have ordered something for this cool socket here. Just saying. And I've got cache, as I actually added these cache chips. So, because it came from the eBay seller with just the tag RAM. So I got the cache. So, pretty cool board. I mean, this could make a cool gaming system. I don't know what I'll do with it. It runs at 40 megahertz. And it works. So, anyways, that will be for a later stream. Now we'll look at this. What is that chip that's on this bag? Because that does not belong to this motherboard. Actually, okay. I think I know where that chip came from. I think someone threw away an anti-static bag and I rescued it from the trash, and I didn't realize it had a chip taped to it. So that's probably where that chip came from, that I'm like staring at it and like, what is that chip? Because I don't think it's a chip that belongs to anything I have. So I guess, yeah, well, Jeremy figured out what I've got for it. But not just any 387. It's a, slightly more special 387. I mean, I actually have one of them on my shelf that I don't think you can see the box that it's in, but it's the wrong speed grade, so. Now, there is something else I would like to try in that 386 board. Maybe I'll try it at some point, because I'd like to test it to see if it works, because I may, I think I kind of realized how much these might go for these days. Now I had to figure out how to change the clock speed on the 386 motherboard, but I think it will support that if I can figure out how to change the clock to 33 megahertz. I have one of those, but I'll probably leave it as a 386 because this is really just I don't know that this is any better than the 386 40 megahertz. Although this has cache, so this would have internal cache on it. So it might actually be a little faster, because I don't think the 386 has cache in it. But I don't want to run that at 40 megahertz, because I think I happened to look at what these go for on eBay the other day, and yeah, I'm not overclocking this. I sure thought these were going for about like $200. Of course, maybe I looked at the wrong auction, but these things are like stupid expensive on eBay, and I didn't pay near that much. Yeah, yeah, this is too valuable to try to overclock. So that. But the 387 for the DX that I have, I think, is clocked for 33 megahertz, not 40 megahertz. So I don't want to. I mean, I would maybe be more willing to overclock a math coprocessor, but I didn't pay a crazy lot. But I bought one of the. It's not an Intel one. It's a Cyrix one, so they're a little faster supposedly. But yeah, I'm not gonna overclock that processor. These are like go for stupid insane amounts, so I don't want to destroy it, because Jeremy wouldn't change the 386 CPU. Well, Jeremy, the one thing I might do is change it enough to test that this works, because I don't know for sure that it works. This is the only board that I have that it might work in, because I was thinking there was a jumper on this board that was for Cyrix, but I could be wrong. This board may not support that processor. I'll have to look it up. I don't know what board this is right offhand, because it's not clearly marked with the brand. The only marking on it is M326V 2.7. Somewhere I've pulled up what this board is. It doesn't have many jumpers on it, so the speed may be set in the BIOS. Quite honestly, I don't see a crystal on it. Oh, yeah, okay. It has one of those timing chips instead of an oscillator. That's what they did. Oh, it's a budget board. I'll leave it at 386, so... But I would like to test this processor just because I've not ever tested it. So... But that definitely won't make December. I want to try to wrap up the... I want to attempt to get the video I'd been trying to work on all week. I want to try to get that one out for December, because that's the one I really wanted to do. It's the one that Retrotech Chris sent me a CD-ROM drive for. And that was like the first thing I wanted to get done, because that was the one that I went out and asked for parts. But and then the 486 is the next one. But I suspect that one's gonna be like early January, just because it took so long on that CD-ROM one that I just about threw in the towel. I guess if you've stuck around this long, I'll give you a slight spoiler. Yeah, I just about threw in the towel on that project. I was about to post an update to, I guess, Patreon and Coffee that's like, all right, I have tried and tried and tried, and nothing is working. And I guess it was... Oh, I don't know what it was. I finally got to the point where I was like, got to thinking, what did I try? What did I try? And, oh no, that's right. That's right. There was one part I was waiting for. So everything I was doing at the beginning of the week was trying to get it to work, but with the fact that the only compact flash card adapter I had to plug a compact flash card into the IDE on that computer was one of the ones that plugs into the IDE port and has one compact flash card slot in it. Because I'd ordered some of the PCI bracket adapters off Amazon, and the soonest they were telling me I could get them was like December 30th through January 3rd. So I was like, let me back. But the fastest I could get some of those that didn't look suspicious, because I wanted something that because this was like I want something that looks like it's actually a decent enough adapter that I'm not going to run into I buy them, they don't work, and now I got to buy something else, and now I'm definitely too late. But I didn't really see any of the like super cheap ones that were already in the States. So I think really the only solution was I could order them from China, and definitely was not going to get them in time. Or I order the ones that Amazon had in their warehouse. They looked decent, and I think I've confirmed they are decent. There's a slight conflict with where the power connector is on the 386, and the fact that the card on the adapters on the PCI side of the bracket and not the ISA side of the bracket. So maybe I might have to go out and see if there's like a 3D printable bracket that I can print that'll swap the adapter around so the board's on the ISA side. Because at the moment it's actually blocking 2 card slots and not 1. But anyways, those arrived today. So it was like the UPS driver delivered them. It was like sometime between 2 and 3 o'clock, I think. I heard the UPS driver, because the UPS truck has a distinctive sound. Went out as soon as I heard he'd dropped the envelope on the porch, and took one of the adapters, put it in the Emerson PC, with the compact flash card in it, which let me then connect the CD-ROM drive from that using a ribbon cable, so that I had everything on the onboard IDE and not trying to use two different IDE controllers. And, well, it did the same exact thing it had been doing. So I then started looking at other CD-ROM drivers, because I started to suspect that, okay, either this CD-ROM drive I'm trying to get to work doesn't have an Oak Technologies chip in it. There's something up with it that it's not allowing generic drivers to work, like some lockout. Or maybe there's an incompatibility with the system and the Oak Technologies driver, because I kind of thought it was odd that it just locked up. Especially because then I tried one Mitsumi driver, and it actually timed out eventually. It's like, I can't see the CD-ROM drive moving on, no devices detected. I'm like, okay, that's suspicious. I thought these drivers usually timed out if they can't detect the drive, not just crash the system. I was like, so I went and looked, and I was like, okay, here's another Mitsumi driver. It's from 1996. It says it's for all drives. So I gave that a try, and, well, it worked. So I was about to throw in the towel, but it was about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Yeah, I know I'm cutting it close, because December's almost over. But I finally got that Mitsumi CD-ROM drive to detect and work. So I actually installed one of the CD-ROM programs, the one that was sitting on my desk, but I installed one of them, and, well, then I went to take a rest break before I streamed tonight. So I didn't actually play the game, but I installed it. So, I mean, it was reading the CD-ROM. So it is going to be a stretch to get the video done. It may be a more rushed style of video, because it's the one I really wanted to get out for December, and then the 486 I'll probably do early January. I don't know. I'll think of some name. I had, my first thought was, I could call it the December Hangover, but I won't do that. Like, no. I don't think I'm gonna call it that. I don't want the December powers that be to get mad at me for a tongue-in-cheek name of, yeah, I didn't have enough time in December, so, well, it's January and I'm still working on December. But anyways, yeah, December the day after. Well, yeah. So anyways, I finally, so that is, I might have been able to get the drive to work without that adapter, because I suspect the driver was part of the problem. But quite honestly, I don't know why. It was like everyone was almost so sure that, like, almost everything works with the Oak Technology driver. I guess I should have pressed a little further. It's like, well, I could just go find the Mitsumi drivers, just to rule out that it was some system incompatibility. But yeah, of course, to add insult to injury, though, and I'm looking at things I got laying on my workbench. I'm like, why do I have all these random? Oh, that's the hard drive from the Mac LC. I got like random hard drives sitting on my workbench. To add insult to injury, though, the floppy drive in the Emerson 386 that was iffy, yeah, it's not working now. I guess I'm probably going to have to take it apart, and I don't know if it's cleaning, though. It's maybe lubricating it will make it work, because it doesn't feel like the discs are actually inserting correctly. December the Procrastinator Edition. Jeremy, that's funny. I might just do that. Although it wasn't really procrastination. It was more like shipping delays. Like, this is the soonest you can get it. I ordered things as soon as I realized I needed them and could order them, and then it's like, yeah, you can get this. We've got it in stock. It's It's like Amazon was like, yeah, we've got these in stock, but we're gonna like take 2 weeks to get them to you. Like, what's up with that? Sounds like you don't actually have them in stock. And what's up with you not letting me pay like $7.99 for next day delivery? I think Amazon's gotten rid of that silently because it's like now the only things they offer are the standard shipping and okay, we'll give you free bucks for digital items if you take the slow shipping. It's like they've disappeared the you need it tomorrow option. And maybe that's not in all regions. Maybe it's this region that they got rid of the you can pay extra to get it tomorrow option. Because I would have paid extra to get those sooner, but I was like, no, I have to wait. Because I knew I couldn't wait for them to come from China. I knew that would mean they would miss December. So I had to go for the option that got them with a hope of getting them in December. So yeah, start getting ready about 2 months in advance. Well, I tried. I think I had the CD-ROM drive 2 months in advance, but it's kind of one of those. I guess I was thinking I could get it to work on the IDE channel on the sound card, and maybe I might try that again with the Mitsumi driver, because I actually did confirm. I don't remember if that was the stream I did or maybe it was right after. Might have been right after. I did finally get something to detect on that IDE channel, so I know I had it configured to work. That might have been off stream. I got the hard drive I was using tonight to detect on it. I configured the XT-IDE BIOS to add that as a second channel, and I actually got that to detect. So, so I know that channel works. Maybe I might try the CD-ROM drive on that. But the thing is, though, I also wanted the compact flash card adapter because I do like the ability to pull the card out and add files to it with a compact flash card reader and pull files off of it. I mean, sure, yeah, I could get some network cards. And I'll take you up on that offer, Jeremy, for some network cards. But I could also just pull the compact flash card if the computer's not running and do it that way, too. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Adam, you ordered some connectors from Amazon. It said free shipping, and you missed the part where it said ships from China. Yeah. I guess in this case, luckily, I didn't miss that part of it because I was paying attention to where it said it was shipping from, because I knew when I needed the parts by to have the best chance of getting December, and I got really suspicious where they were shipping from when Amazon was telling me 2 months for some of those adapters. I was like, yeah, I don't want free shipping that bad. I'll pay a little more, get something that's in the States. But at least the good thing is the adapters I got seemed to be well built, and it let me do what I wanted to do. So I guess the one problem is, yeah, because this is an ISA-based system, I get why they have the adapter on the PCI side now, because all the cards are, well, I mean, they're all going to be on the same side now, but in an ISA system, that card alignment is bad because you block 2 slots. So I'm going to see if there's a 3D print adapter for it. Or, well, I don't know. Designing that's not my wheelhouse, but I don't know. I might be irked enough just to do it. Anyways, December challenges are still present, but at least I do now have a path to doing what I wanted to do, and I don't think I'll have the nice video card I ordered for the 386, so I am going to remember to take this Trident card back upstairs so that I don't have to install the drivers for the crummy card that came with the computer. Oh, which actually, RetroTech Chris figured something out about the card that originally came in the Emerson 386. I was trying to configure that card for 640 by 480 with 256 colors. What I never did was the math for how much RAM that would take, because the card that came in that computer only had 256K of VRAM, and 640 by 480 is like 300 and it comes out to like 300 and some K of VRAM needed for 8-bit color. So yeah, RetroTech Chris pointed out that yeah, that card can only do 800 by 600 at 16 colors. So which yeah, 800 by 600 at 16 colors, that is going to be 4-bit. So yeah, that's 240K. So the problem was I was trying to install the drivers to run the card at 256 colors, and I think that's why Windows was crashing, is because the card was just like, what are you trying to do to me? So I'm not worried, Jeremy. I'm just as tardy in sending you the things I need to send you. Hoping that maybe I'm hoping to get at least one of the 2 boxes I need to send you Tuesday. So, if not both of them. The one thing is, I think I need to send it in 2 boxes because I do not think I can package everything I need to send you in 1 box and it arrive safely. I think the larger item needs to go in its own box so that I do not risk breaking essentially 2 keyboards. So, I am hopefully going to get that to you in 2 boxes, and the second box that I think I need to craft a box that will actually hold the item is going to take me slightly longer because I got to get around to making the box. Unless I've got a... Well, I'll have to look at a... Nope, I need to hold that. Scratch that. I was like, maybe I got a box I can reuse, but then I realized, no, I need to keep that box in case I need to send the item that was in that box back for repair again, because I might have to. So, anyways, yeah, I'm hoping to get one of the 2 boxes to you Tuesday. I really hope to do that. Although trying to get the December video out first because I need subscribers. And I think if I get one of those videos out, that will possibly help my subscriber count, because it seems like every time I do a live stream, I get a few subscribers, and I'm hoping that if I do an actual December video that's not a 4-hour stretch, that maybe I might get a few more subscribers. So if you are out there lurking and you haven't subscribed, well, what are you waiting for? I really am trying to get a video out for December that's not a live stream. Smash that like button if you like the stream, even though I did effectively torture a 386SX board to trace damage. Sorry about that, board. Jeremy can have fun with you. But at least the 486 works, and I guess it was minimal effort needed to clean up the corrosion, because it looked like the battery had only started to well, I mean, I don't know, the battery obviously caused some green corrosion from, I guess, off-gassing, but... Oh, hey, Arthur, welcome. Yep, I figured there were a few people lurking out there, so also appreciated to lurk. I realize that sometimes you have other things you need to do, but you're listening in case I say something that piques your interest, or I power something up because you want to see it explode. Face it, I know you all want to see something explode on my workbench, and well, give it time. I'm sure I will power something up and fail to notice that there's a shorted tantalum on it, and it's going to go boom. But yeah. But yeah, so I'm trying to get those out. Tell a friend, tell 2 friends, tell 3 friends, tell your enemy if you want to, but it could be awkward if they and you are both in the chat. So tell your friends. I'm sure you've got some retro tech loving friends that might like to subscribe to my channel. So, and yeah, I'm sure eventually something's gonna blow up on my workbench. So it's only a matter of time. So far, it's the I've managed to try to fix things that blew up somewhere else, but yeah, give it time. And then I guess one other thing is, I guess another video I'm gonna try to get out in early January, although I gotta figure out what's wrong. I have another video I want to get out on a totally different computer, the TRS-80. And something's wrong with one of my Gotecs that's in it, so I'm going to have to figure that out. Because it's kind of not going to help me when I do the B-roll with the problem, is one of the two Gotecs seems like it's in a reboot loop. I don't know why. And the weird thing is, though, it seems to be fine until TRS-DOS or LS-DOS loads, and then it goes into its reboot loop. So it might not be the Gotek. I'm wondering if maybe the floppy controller is doing something weird. I don't know. I probably will have to do a little debug on that before I release the video, because otherwise it's going to be obvious that one of the two Gotecs is in a boot loop, and it just looks weird. And again, maybe I'll just do the video with it in the boot loop and see if anyone has any suggestions of what's going on. But that's probably past the DOScember videos, the next one that I'd like to get out. So, anyways, yeah, Adam, I'll send you a. I've got a disk image you can use. Oh. Yeah, I think I've got a disk image you can use. Because I've got two disk images, and one of them I don't think requires the high resolution graphics card, which I don't, unless you have that upgrade. But I think the one I have doesn't require that. The other one, it may load DOS without that, but I don't know that any of the programs on the disk will benefit you. So yeah, I'll I guess DM me or email, because I'll have to. Well, I'll have to put it somewhere where you can download it. I can't. It's probably too big to attach. Because it's the disk image is like, even though a TRS-80 disk is 180K, you've got a stock Model 4. Yeah, I'll double check, because mine's a 4P, but I think the 4 and the 4P disks are the same. If not, I can download I think the site I downloaded the disk from has the 4 and the 4Ps. So I'll double check that. Actually, I don't need your email, because I'm going to probably put it on OneDrive, because I think it's too big to attach. The weird thing is, the disk format you need to use, the 180K TRS-DOS disk turns into like 900K, because it's weird. It's like some format that, I don't know. Maybe it's another disk that's 900K, but it kind of grows the disk size really weirdly. Okay. Oh, I think I can remember that. You might have actually sent me an email now that I think about it. Okay, I'll try emailing it to you, and if the email doesn't go through, then I'll put it on OneDrive for you. Let me see if I can't find something to write on. Oh. Paper is elusive on my workbench. I've got something somewhere. I'll write myself a note. Anyways, it is 11 o'clock. I'm going to call this stream to an end, because even though it was like weirdly warm today, now that the sun's gone down, the basement is cooling off again. So I am going to go upstairs to enjoy some warmth. And okay, I'll just send you one working image to validate your setup. Yeah, I can do that. I think I can. I think I've got one working image that you can use that should work on a Model 4. So yeah, I'll send that along. And with that, call the stream to an end. Thank you for joining. Happy DOScember. Happy New Year. And let's see here. Get my finger on the correct button. So have a great rest of 2022. You got at least in this time zone, you have a little over a day. So take care, and I'll see you next year. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.